Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1011, the Emergency Conservation Improvement Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1011, a bill to amend the Agricultural Credit Act of 1978 to remove barriers to agricultural producers in accessing funds to carry out emergency measures under the Emergency Conservation Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, and the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Takuda, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks and include the extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1011, the Emergency Conservation Program Improvement Act, introduced by Representative Letlow of Louisiana. The Emergency Conservation Program, or ECP, and the Emergency Forest Restoration Program, EFRP, are 2 important cost-share programs available to landowners following a natural disaster. Under ECP, landowners can receive technical and financial assistance for repairs and restoration of land adversely affected by natural disasters, including floods, hurricanes, wildfires, and droughts. Additionally, EFRP offers financial assistance to non-industrial private forest landowners for recovery efforts following similar natural disasters. In recent years, agricultural producers have witnessed firsthand the devastation caused by numerous disasters. The recovery efforts and associated costs have underscored the importance of these programs during times of great need for our nation's farmers. Over the past decade, we have seen some of the largest, most destructive wildfires on record, particularly in the western states. And while the West continues to face forest health and wildfire crisis, significant wildfires have also ignited in states such as Oklahoma, Texas, and Nebraska, leaving producers in these areas in need of conservation and restoration assistance. Our agricultural community has also seen the devastating impacts of hurricanes in recent years. A harrowing example of this occurred in 2024 when Hurricanes Helene and Milton wreaked havoc across several southeastern states. Many producers look to ECP for help with fencing repairs, debris removal, replacement of watershed infrastructure, and land stabilization. At the same time, EFRP was utilized for hazard tree removal, reforestation, site preparation, and erosion control. And while these programs have been helpful to producers and forest landowners, some participants have reported experiencing delays in receiving payments. To help expedite funding to those in need and get work done on the ground more quickly, this legislation would broaden eligibility for advance payments for both ECP and EFRP and raise the cap on assistance from 25% of total cost to 50% of project costs for repairs and 75% for replacement. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is crucial for the American agriculture industry. When a natural disaster ravages valuable natural resources or dismantles critical agricultural infrastructure, landowners simply cannot afford to wait on the federal government to finish processing paperwork before they begin the process of rebuilding. Advance payments allow us to streamline this process and improve program delivery. I support this legislation and encourage my colleagues to vote favorably, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1011, Last month, back-to-back Kona low storms brought catastrophic flooding to our islands. In the span of just a few days, our state was inundated with more than 2 trillion gallons of water. Some areas received over 36 inches of rain in a 24-hour period, far exceeding what scientists expected in a once-in-a-thousand-year storm event. More than 200 people needed emergency rescue, some being picked up with excavators, farm equipment, to be able to get away from the floods. Hundreds of homes were damaged or destroyed. Over 100,000 people throughout our islands lost power for an extended period of time. Some of our kapuna, our seniors, were trapped in their home without food or electricity for days at a time. While people and businesses across our state face a tough road towards recovery, our farmers have had an especially difficult challenge. Over the last 3 weeks, I've walked through farms and fields in my district and witnessed the devastation firsthand. From Wailua and the North Shore through Ko'olauloa, Wailuku and upcountry Maui, across Molokai and in Kona, I saw flooded fields, washed out topsoil, collapsed roads, culverts completely blown apart by flooding, ruined farm equipment, crops dying in the fields, and animals stuck in mud. Entire seasons of crops wiped out, and real questions as to when their next harvest will be still remain unanswered. Early estimates put the damage across Hawaii's farmers at nearly $70 million and counting. 1 in 3 farmers throughout our state were negatively impacted by the storms. Our farmers and ranchers are resilient. They're tough. They're proud. They will come out on the other side, but it's going to take real sustained support to get them there. That is why this bill is so important. This isn't the first time, sadly, that our farmers experience such tragedy. Farmers in my specific district deal with some of the most relentless climate pressures and diverse natural disasters anywhere in this country. Wildfires, hurricanes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, landslides, and floods caused by increasingly powerful Kona low storms. Each disaster we face chips away at our ability to grow our own food in an island state where we import 80 to 90% of the food that we consume. In a place as remote and geographically isolated as Hawaii, food security is fragile, but as we know, food security is also our national and state security as well. And every farm that we lose, every farmer that decides that he's just going to give up after this last disaster makes it more difficult for us to feed ourselves. USDA disaster assistance programs like the ones we are talking about today, ECP and the Forest Restoration Program, play a critical role in helping our farmers not just recover, but to rebuild stronger and more resilient. I'm grateful to the FSA, the NRCS, and the rural development offices in Hawaii that are already working to enroll storm-impacted farmers and get help out the door. But let me be clear, USDA programs only work if they have the funding and staff to deliver them. The President's budget proposes slashing USDA by nearly 20% and eliminating more than a quarter of Farm Service Agency staff. I need those people in our farms and fields helping them to make it through one more disaster, one more storm. This is the wrong decision if we're looking to pass bills like this and at the same time slash funding and the staff that we need to get that funding out the door. When farmers are facing millions of dollars in losses, they cannot risk delays caused by hollowed-out agencies. We need USDA fully resourced and ready to respond. And I also want to be honest about the long-term challenges we face, not just in Hawaii, but across the country. Climate change is real, and intense storms, more destructive wildfires than we've ever seen in our lifetimes, prolonged droughts, and extreme weather events of every single kind will continue to increase in frequency and intensity. Farmers and ranchers are on the front lines of that reality, and our federal programs must be designed to help them meet and overcome these challenges. The Emergency Conservation Program Improvement Act would take important steps to ensure disaster assistance programs are responsive to the needs of our producers by providing more flexible, upfront cost-sharing payments. This will help farmers and foresters to begin rebuilding immediately after a disaster, rather than waiting on reimbursements they simply cannot afford upfront. Most farmers in Hawaii are small, mom-and-pop family operations. When a disaster hits, they don't always have the cash on hand to pay tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars in recovery costs while they wait months for reimbursements from the federal government. That's not how their finances work. And frankly, it's not reasonable to ask them to make that kind of investment up front for people who have lost everything. By expanding advanced cost share payments and extending upfront assistance for select programs, this bill would make sure our farmers can access the help that they need quickly enough to actually make a meaningful difference. Not after the season is lost, the crops are gone, not after they've had to walk away from most of their livelihoods, seen it washed away in a disaster, but right when they need it most. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Letlow, for introducing this urgently needed bipartisan legislation, and I look forward to working together to strengthen USDA disaster assistance programs so that we can meet the needs of our farmers today and help them prepare for the challenges they'll encounter tomorrow. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this very important bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield to the distinguished gentlelady from Louisiana for 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1011, the Emergency Conservation Program Improvement Act of 2025. Across this country, farmers, ranchers, and forest landowners are on the front lines of natural disasters. Whether it's hurricanes in my home state of Louisiana, wildfires in Nebraska, or severe storms across rural America, these events do not just damage land. They threaten livelihoods, local economies, and our nation's food and fiber supply. Too often, when disaster strikes, the programs designed to help, including the Emergency Conservation Program and the Emergency Forest Restoration Program, are slowed by red tape, delays, and barriers to access. My bill, H.R. 1011, takes a common-sense approach to fixing that. This legislation ensures that producers, forest landowners, and family forestry businesses can access advance payments of up to 75% of recovery costs so they can begin rebuilding immediately rather than waiting months for reimbursement. It expands the type of emergency conservation practices that qualify for assistance, recognizing that recovery goes far beyond repairing fences. It includes restoring farmland, rehabilitating conservation structures, and stabilizing land after devastating events. It also ensures that wildfire damage can qualify for assistance when natural conditions cause fires to spread, providing fairness and certainty for landowners facing increasingly severe fire seasons. For forest landowners and family forestry businesses, this bill provides critical flexibility to remove debris, replant trees, and restore working lands without unnecessary delay. Mr. Speaker, timing matters. We are quickly approaching both hurricane and wildfire seasons. Communities across the country are preparing for what may come. When disaster hits, recovery cannot wait. Producers and landowners need tools that match the urgency of the moment. This bill delivers exactly that. For a farmer whose fields have been washed out, for a rancher rebuilding miles of fencing, and for a family forestry business working to recover from a storm or wildfire damage, this legislation means faster recovery, less financial strain, and a stronger path forward. I also want to recognize the bipartisan leadership behind this effort. In the Senate, I thank Senator Deb Fischer and Senator Ben Ray Lujan for leading this important legislation. Here in the House, I am grateful for the support of my colleagues, Representative Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez, Don Bacon, Mike Flood, and Adrian Smith. This is what bipartisan solutions-oriented policymaking looks like. H.R. 1011 removes barriers, cuts through delays, and ensures that disaster assistance works when it is needed most. It strengthens the resilience of rural America because when our producers and forest landowners recover faster, our communities recover faster. I urge my colleagues to support this practical, bipartisan solution and stand with the farmers, ranchers, forest landowners, and family forestry businesses who feed, fuel, and sustain our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
And Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the remainder of my time. I want to thank my colleagues for their support, specifically my colleague from Louisiana, on behalf of the farmers, ranchers, and forestry caretakers in my state. This bill is important, and I'm so glad that she brought it forward. But before you vote, I want you to see what I saw. I've stood in a field where 20,000 saplings ready to be planted drowned before they ever had a chance to grow. I saw thousands of coffee trees lost, including heritage trees planted by the original owners generations ago gone in a single storm. Banana fields buried in water and silt, fruit contaminated, roots rotting in the ground. Livestock lost, mature animals and their young, newly born, swept away. Only empty pens left. And even where crops are still standing, farmers don't know if they're safe, unsure of what floodwaters carried into their soil, unsure if their land will produce food again next season or the season after that. This is not just damage, this is devastation. These are livelihoods hanging in the balance. Farmers told me how they tried to fight back, saving seedlings by hand, rushing to harvest whatever they could before it was gone, building up pens in the middle of the storm just to keep their animals from drowning. These aren't just fields, as we all know here. These are fields that feed families. For some, these are fields that are also their homes. And now they're asking a simple question: can we recover? And make no mistake, Hawaii needs help now, but farmers in every state and district are one disaster away from asking those same questions, because disasters don't discriminate. While the bill we are considering today will not make disaster impact producers whole overnight, it would help the federal government deliver support faster and give farmers and ranchers the resources they need to continue growing the food, fuel, and fiber that keeps this country running. Our farmers are not asking for a handout. They're asking for a fair shot. That is what this bill delivers. Not delayed help, not paperwork and waiting, but real support when it actually matters most. Because disasters aren't slowing down, and neither should we. Our farmers are doing everything that they can to hold on, making sure that we have food on our table and fuel in our tanks, clothes to wear at the end of the day, real cotton grown here in America. The question is whether we will meet them with the urgency that they deserve. By passing this bill, we can say yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I now yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized. The question is,
And I yield back the balance of my time.
and the gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1011? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6310.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6310, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 3570 Olney Laytonsville Road in Olney, Maryland, as the Edward L. Ramsey Olney Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Olney, Maryland, after Edward L. Ramsey. Mr. Ramsey was a dedicated public servant, retired Army sergeant, and valued member of the Olney community. Even into retirement, Mr. Ramsey continued to serve his community by working at his local post office in Olney. This bill would rename that post office where Mr. Ramsey tirelessly supported his neighbors. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6310 as well, introduced by my colleague, Mr. Raskin, and I yield to the gentleman from Virginia, the gentleman from Maryland, for as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding and the gentleman from Texas for his remarks. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6310. This is a bipartisan bill to rename the Olney Post Office after Sergeant Edward Lawrence Ramsey. Mr. Ramsey was a true American patriot. After serving honorably for more than 2 decades in the U.S. Army, he brought his passionate commitment to public service to Montgomery County, Maryland, where he served as a postal clerk for 27 years, first in Glen Echo and then in the beautiful town of Olney. Mr. Ramsey's dedication to our community and his magnificent spirit brought joy and connection to generations of families, friends, community members, and colleagues throughout his career in the Postal Service. Many have shared with me inspiring stories of Mr. Ramsey's work in the community. He often worked on the holidays to guarantee continued stellar postal service. He would cover for colleagues who couldn't make it to work because of a storm. He regularly dropped by the post office to ensure that things were going well for his colleagues and for customers, even when he himself wasn't on duty. When a customer could not afford postage, it was Mr. Ramsey who always quickly covered the cost out of his own pocket. He even helped resolve special after-hours requests for many customers whom he considered his friends. It is no surprise for me to learn that visitors to the Olney Post Office would often wait in his line, a longer line, just to visit with him and to enjoy his vibrant and warm presence. Mr. Ramsey's kindness and his enthusiasm for his work extended to his postal colleagues, who became like an extended family to him. Mr. Ramsey was a dedicated and devoted husband to his wife of 31 years, Sharon Mosley Ramsey, and a proud father of 4 sons, Edward Spencer, Lance Stanton, Hunter Shane, and Marcus. Mr. Ramsey passed away in January of 2022 following a medical emergency he experienced while on duty at the post office. We will hold his memory in our hearts, and we hope it will be a blessing to his loved ones and family. We are forever thankful to Mr. Ramsey for his 47 years of dedicated service to our nation and to our community in Maryland. Renaming this post office the Edward L. Ramsey Olney Post Office Building will honor Mr. Ramsey's outstanding life and legacy, and it will be a beacon to people in our community forever. Mr. Speaker, I urge all of our colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 6310. And I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank the gentleman from Maryland, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Mr. Ramsey by naming the post office in Olney, Maryland after him, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Renaming this post office after Mr. Ramsey will ensure his service to our nation and his community in Maryland will survive for generations. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6310? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1431.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1431, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 2407 State Route 71, Suite 1 in Spring Lake, New Jersey, as a James J. Howard Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Spring Lake, New Jersey, for Congressman James J. Howard. Howard served our country in the U.S. Navy before beginning a career in education, where he worked his way up from teacher to acting principal in Wall Township, New Jersey. In 1964, Howard was elected to represent New Jersey's 3rd congressional district. During his time in Congress, Congressman Howard became known for his strong advocacy for his district and the environment. As chairman of the House Public Works and Transportation Committee, Congressman Howard championed important legislation related to highway safety and anti-drunk driving. He passed away in 1988 and is survived by his wife, Marlene, and his 3 daughters. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today also in support of H.R. 1431, introduced by my colleague, Mr. Pallone, to name the post office in Spring Lake, New Jersey, after Mr. James Howard, and I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey for as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you also my colleague from Virginia. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my bill to name the post office in Spring Lake, New Jersey, after my predecessor and mentor, Congressman Jim Howard. And thank you to Representative Smith and to the rest of the New Jersey delegation for co-sponsoring the bill. As representative of New Jersey's 3rd District for over 20 years, from 1965 to 1988, Jim Howard was a strong force in Congress. Through his work as the chairman of the Public Works and Transportation Committee, he wrote and passed legislation that genuinely saved thousands of lives, laws to tackle drunk driving, passenger safety, and the first ever 55-mile-per-hour speed limit on federal highways. Jim also came up with his Howard Plan, which was the very first time mass transit and highway legislation were combined into one surface transportation bill, because he recognized that rebuilding our infrastructure wouldn't just improve people's lives, it would mean economic growth and jobs throughout the country. For his home state, he helped secure crucial federal funding for beach restoration, the rebuilding of the Barnegat Inlet, and the electrification of the North Jersey Coast Rail Line, all projects that New Jerseyans still benefit from to this day. While Jim was a strong champion for revitalizing our nation's infrastructure, he was an even stronger force for New Jersey's coastal communities and environmental protection. Through major legislation like the Superfund Act of 1986, the Groundwater Protection Act, and the Plastic Pollution and Research Act, he never forgot that New Jersey suffered greatly from toxic waste sites, ocean dumping, or plastic pollution. He even successfully fought back against a presidential veto by sponsoring and passing the 1987 Clean Water Act, which helped create the Clean Water State Revolving Fund that still provides millions of dollars in funding every year for a range of water quality infrastructure projects across the country. Now, before his passing, Jim resided in Spring Lake, New Jersey with his wife. She still lives there. And Marlene and the rest of Jim's family were critical to his success as a congressman. His very first political campaign in 1964 was run from his kitchen table, using his family savings about $5,000 to run for office. With Marlene as his campaign manager, his slogan was, "He cares about people." It's that simple. It really encapsulates Jim's work and demeanor. And being a Democrat from this part of New Jersey, which was very conservative at the time, He had to listen to anyone's opinion and always sought common ground and never stopped fighting for working-class people. It's only right that Jim's important and lasting legacy in New Jersey and the rest of the country be recognized at his local post office. And this has not been, it's not being renamed. It never had a name, so it will be now named for him. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on this bill to honor a great man and congressman. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from New Jersey and encourage my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. Naming a post office for Congressman James J. Howard, I yield back the balance of my time.
All right, so the gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1431? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. And the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1706.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1706, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 1200 William Street, room 200 in Buffalo, New York, as the William J. Donovan Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Buffalo, New York for William J. Donovan. William Donovan dedicated his life to military service and global leadership. After earning the Medal of Honor for his extraordinary leadership under fire in World War I, Donovan was chosen to lead our nation's effort in a centralized intelligence program during World War II. He became the founding director of the Office of Strategic Services, the precursor to the modern CIA. Donovan worked closely with America's allies, orchestrating espionage missions and assisting resistance movements in Nazi-occupied Germany. His important work contributed to the success of the war effort and the establishment of intelligence capabilities, which were instrumental to the U.S. throughout the Cold War era. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1706, and I yield to the gentleman from New York for as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 1706, to designate the United States Post Office on William Street in Buffalo, New York, as the William J. Donovan Post Office. This is a simple bill with a profound purpose: to honor an extraordinary American whose life of service helped shape the course of our nation's history and security of the free world. In 1883, William J. Donovan was born and raised in Buffalo's Old First Ward to first-generation Irish Americans, Timothy and Anna Donovan. Donovan attended St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute, my alma mater, where he developed the leadership skills that would define the course of his life. From there, Donovan attended Niagara University before transferring to Columbia University. After earning his degree, Donovan spent 2 years at Columbia Law School, where he was a classmate of future President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Those beginnings shaped a man who would bring the values of Western New York with him onto the global stage: courage, grit, and an unwavering commitment to something greater than himself. During World War I, Donovan was tapped to lead the 165th Infantry, 69th New York, known to many as the Fighting 69th Regiment. Donovan proudly took the helm of the unit that once included dozens of Irish-American soldiers from Buffalo's Old First Ward who bravely fought for the Union during the Civil War. As a lieutenant colonel, Donovan distinguished himself as a fearless leader under fire. In 1923, he was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for his heroism at the Battle of Landres on Saint-Jorge, where despite sustaining 3 bullet wounds, he refused to leave the battlefield until all of his men were accounted for. It was this intrepid bravery that gave rise to the legend of Wild Bill Donovan, seizing the nation's imagination and securing his place as an enduring American hero. Despite having already established a national reputation during the First World War, some of Donovan's most consequential contribution to our nation were still to come. After the Great War, Donovan served as U.S. Attorney for the Western District of New York, where he became well known for being a vigorous crime fighter. He later served as an Assistant Attorney General under President Calvin Coolidge. In World War II, at a moment when the world stood on the brink of destruction, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt turned to his former classmate to build something entirely new: a centralized intelligence capability that could meet the demands of a modern global conflict. Donovan once again answered the call to serve our country, becoming the founding director of the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS. Under his leadership, the OSS broke new ground. It coordinated intelligence gathering, carried out covert operations, and worked hand in hand with Allied forces and resistance movements across Nazi-occupied Europe. In recognition of his wartime heroics, Donovan was promoted to brigadier general in March of 1943, and by November of 1944, he earned the esteemed rank Major General in the United States Army. His efforts helped turn the tide of the war and contributed directly to the Allied victory. Donovan knew that in a rapidly changing world, intelligence would be central to protecting our nation and advancing our interests. The foundation he built with the OSS became the blueprint for what we now know as the Central Intelligence Agency, positioning the United States as a global leader in national security throughout the Cold War and beyond, and up and through today. For these reasons, Donovan is rightly remembered as the father of American intelligence, and his legacy lives on in the institutions that protect our country every single day. William J. Donovan's legacy belongs not only to Buffalo and Western New York, but to our entire nation. This designation is a recognition that honors a true American hero whose leadership, bravery, and foresight helped shape the world we live in today. I want to thank the entirety of the New York delegation for working with me in advancing this cause, and I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 1706. With that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is prepared to close.
I want to thank my colleague from New York, and I hope the body will join me in passing this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, naming a post office for William J. Donovan, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1706? Those in favor say yes. Say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3393.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3393, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 12208 North 19th Avenue in Phoenix, Arizona, as the Officer Zane T. Coolidge Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Hamadeh.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and heroic sacrifice of Phoenix police officer Zane T. Coolidge and to urge support for my legislation, H.R. 3393, which designates the United States Postal Service facility located in Phoenix, Arizona, as the Officer Zane T. Coolidge Post Office. On September 6, 2024, at just 29 years old, Officer Coolidge succumbed to his wounds after being shot in the line of duty while responding to a larceny call in Phoenix. In an instant, a devoted husband, loving father, brother, son, and uncle was taken from his family and from the community he swore to protect. Officer Coolidge embodied the highest ideals of public service. He answered the call every day, knowing the risks, and on that tragic day, he made the ultimate sacrifice so that others might be safe. His courage, integrity, and selflessness represent the very best of the men and women who wear the badge and stand between law-abiding citizens and chaos. Naming this post office in his honor is a small but enduring tribute, a permanent reminder to every Arizonan who walks through those doors of the bravery and devotion of Officer Zane Coolidge and all those who have given their last full measure of devotion and service to our communities. And what makes it even more special and meaningful is that the building sits right across the street from Thunderbird High School, where Zane graduated in 2013. Officer Coolidge's legacy will not be defined by the day he was taken from us, but by the life he lived and the lives he protected. May this designation ensure that his name and his sacrifice are remembered for generations to come. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3393. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 3393 as well to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service at 12208 North 19th Avenue in Phoenix, Arizona as the Officer Zane T. Coolidge Post Office. Zane Coolidge served in the Phoenix Police Department for 5 years. He was tragically shot while on duty protecting his community. So I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Officer Coolidge, and I'm prepared to close.
Without objection.
I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Excellent. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Officer Zane T. Coolidge, who paid the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3393? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4635.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4635, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 890 East 152nd Street in Cleveland, Ohio, as a Technical Sergeant Alma Gladys Mentor Post Office building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Cleveland, Ohio for Technical Sergeant Alma Gladys Mentor. Miss Mentor spent her formative years in Cleveland, and following her high school graduation in 1939, moved to Washington, D.C., where she joined the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps. During the Second World War, Alma was assigned to the 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion, the only all-black women's unit to serve overseas. Despite being vulnerable to daily bombings and gunshots, the 6888 Battalion was able to sort through a backlog of 17 million pieces of mail destined for Allied soldiers in Europe in half the projected time. Upon returning from the war, Technical Sergeant Mentor lived a quiet life in Cleveland, Ohio, where she would often tell her children stories of her time in the Army and the lifelong friendships while serving our country. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4635, introduced by the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Brown, and I yield to her for such time as she may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Representative Subramaniam. I am very proud to see this legislation on the floor today, and I appreciate the support of both the ranking member and chair on the Oversight Committee. This bill is about recognition that's a long time coming. Recognition not just for one individual, but an entire unit. Recognition for a group of black women who have gone into history as the 6888, the first and only all-black women's Army Corps unit to serve overseas in World War II. Tech Sergeant Alma Gladys Minter of Cleveland, Ohio, was one of those women. My bill would rename the Collinwood Neighborhood Post Office in Cleveland in her honor. In 1945, Sergeant Minter and more than 800 women were deployed to clear a backlog of 17 million pieces of mail for American troops in Europe. That's right, 17 million pieces of mail. The Army thought it would take 6 months to deliver. They finished the job in under 90 days. Therefore, it's hard to think of anything more fitting than naming a post office after Tech Sergeant Minter. When no one else could, she delivered the mail, and she did it ahead of schedule. Her work kept service members connected to home and lifted morale at a critical moment in the war. But when the 6888 came home, they didn't receive the recognition they deserved. And sadly, Sergeant Minter and so many of her colleagues passed away before they could be rectified. But it is never too late to do the right thing. Renaming the post office after Sergeant Minter is a way to say thank you, to keep the story of the 6888 alive, and to right past wrongs. This legislation is supported by 13 members of the Ohio delegation, Republicans and Democrats, and passed the Oversight Committee unanimously. And over the past year, my office has been honored to get to know the Minter family and to help amplify her story. Naming the post office in honor of Tech Sergeant Minter is a way to ensure her legacy and the legacy of the 6888 lives on in the hearts of the community she calls home. And with that, I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the gentlewoman from Ohio, and I hope my colleagues will join me in honoring the life of Ms. Minter and supporting this bill. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Alma Gladys Minter. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4635? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4707.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4707, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 1019 Avenue H in Fort Madison, Iowa, as a Martin L. Graber Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller-Meeks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank Representative Gill for yielding me time. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 4707, a bill renaming the post office in Fort Madison, Iowa, after Martin L. Graber, a patriot who lived his entire life in the indelible service to his state, his community, and our nation. For 32 years, Martin Graber rose to the ranks of the Iowa Army National Guard, rising to the rank of Brigadier General. Even beyond that, he and his wife, Connie, were almost the sole organizers of the Tri-State Rodeo, which happens every single year, a massive event in southeast Iowa. He and his wife, Connie, made sure that the rodeo was there, the horses were there, the vendors were there, and it's something that's looked forward to every August by everybody in the tri-state area. In addition to that, following his 3-decade-long tenure serving our nation in the Iowa Army National Guard, he served in the Iowa State House, working with his colleagues to better the lives of hardworking Iowans. Every step of the way, he embodied the values we hold so dear in Iowa: faith, family, and selfless work to his community, his state, and his nation. Those things that we hold so dear were the foundations for which Martin Graber lived. Renaming the post office in Fort Madison in his honor is a small but everlasting gesture of appreciation for a man who spent his life serving his state and his nation. It is the most decent and noble way possible, his service to our country. As someone who had the blessing of working with Martin, I'm deeply proud to be leading this effort alongside my colleagues in the Iowa delegation and his family to honor a man who gave everything to his community and to his country. I ask my colleagues to strongly vote yes on this bill, and with that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today also in support of H.R. 4707 to honor the life of Martin L. Graber by naming the post office in Fort Madison, Iowa after him. I support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Brigadier General Martin L. Graber, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Excellent. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4707? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek a recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5058.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5058, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 46164 Westlake Drive in Sterling, Virginia, as the firefighter Trevor Brown Post Office building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Sterling, Virginia for Trevor Brown. Trevor lost his life in the line of duty as a firefighter with the Sterling Volunteer Fire Company on February 16, 2024. Trevor was deeply committed to serving others. Trevor's deep sense of responsibility to his community was reflected in everything he did, from volunteer firefighter to a dedicated youth soccer and baseball coach. He is survived by his wife and their 3 young children. His community will never forget his heroism. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves his balance. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5058 to designate the facility of the U.S. Post Office located at 46164 Westlake Drive in Sterling, Virginia, as the firefighter Trevor Brown Post Office building. I introduced this legislation to honor the life of firefighter Trevor Brown, a volunteer firefighter at Sterling Fire and Rescue who lost his life in the line of duty while responding to an emergency gas leak call in 2024. This was an incident that shook our community in Loudoun County because firefighter Brown was beloved in our community and left a lasting impact on all who knew him. He was a great husband, a father of 3, and he coached youth soccer and baseball, and the kids absolutely loved him. And whether it was teaching kids about teamwork or volunteering for late-night shifts at the firehouse, firefighter Brown always found a way to give back to the community. It's my hope that renaming this post office to honor firefighter Brown will keep his memory alive, inspire others, and remind us of his incredible courage, honor, and sacrifice, and the sacrifice of all of our first responders. So I want to thank firefighter Brown's family and thank all of his friends and those who rallied around his family after his tragic death, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Trevor Brown. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5058? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5773.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5773, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service at 1300 East Northwest Highway in Palatine, Illinois, as the Bernie Bluestein Post Office building.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Palatine, Illinois, after Bernie Bluestein. Mr. Bluestein was an American artist, innovator, and World War II veteran. As part of the top secret Ghost Army unit, Mr. Bluestein used his artistic skills to create fake patches, signs, and vehicle stencils to deceive Nazi forces about the strength and location of American troops. After serving in the Army, he worked as an industrial designer, assisting leading electronics companies such as Zenith and Sunbeam by designing products. Mr. Bluestein passed away on March 26, 2026, at the age of 102. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5773 and introduced by my colleague from Illinois, Rep. Krishnamurthy, and I yield to Mr. Krishnamurthy as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to urge my colleagues in supporting H.R. 5773, a bill to name the Palatine, Illinois Post Office in honor of Bernie Bluestein. As one of the heroic members of the World War II American secret unit known as the Ghost Army, Bluestein helped employ inflatable tanks, fake radio signals, and sound deception to mislead Nazi forces, saving thousands of lives and helping to turn the tide in Europe. But Bernie's impact did not end with his service. He embraced being a community leader in Palatine, becoming a beloved artist, mentor, and lifelong learner. He also enriched the Harper College community for decades and inspired generations of students with his creativity, humor, and humility. Earlier this month, unfortunately, Bernie passed away after battling cancer, truly a fighter till the end. Honoring him with this designation ensures that his extraordinary contributions to our nation and our community are never forgotten. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and pass this bill in honor of Bernie Bluestein. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Illinois, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve. Go. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, naming a post office after war veteran Bernie Bluestein. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5773? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6020.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6020, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 14855 South Van Dyke Road in Plainfield, Illinois, as the Staff Sergeant Jose Dueñez, Jr. Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Plainfield, Illinois, for Staff Sergeant Jose Dueñez, Jr. Sergeant Dueñez tragically lost his life during a tactical training exercise while servicing his country. He was known by his peers as a trustworthy and dedicated soldier and a natural leader, ultimately reaching the rank of Staff Sergeant in November of 2020. Sergeant Dueñez was also a decorated soldier, receiving 2 Army Commendation Medals and many other achievements. Most importantly, he was a loving brother, husband, and father. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6020, introduced by my colleague, Ms. Underwood from Illinois, and I yield such time as she may consume to the gentleman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the gentleman from Virginia for yielding time. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 6020, to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 14855 South Van Dyke Road in Plainfield, Illinois, as the Staff Sergeant Jose Duenas Jr. Post Office Building. Staff Sergeant Jose Duenas Jr. was born on April 8, 1999, and raised in Joliet, Illinois, in my district. By the time he graduated from Joliet Central High School in 2017, he already knew he wanted to serve his country in uniform. As soon as he finished high school, he enlisted in the United States Army, where he served his country with honor and bravery for 7 years as an M1 Abrams Tank System Maintenance. Staff Sergeant Duenas' Army service included 3 overseas deployments: Poland in 2019, Germany in 2022, and Lithuania in 2025. He was promoted 5 times over the course of his Army service, ultimately reaching the rank of Staff Sergeant in November 2020. During his service, he was recognized with 2 Army Commendation Medals, 3 Army Achievement Medals, 1 Certificate of Achievement, 2 Army Good Conduct Medals, and a National Defense Service Medal. In addition to his passion for service, Staff Sergeant Duenas also loved fishing and spending time with his family. Tragically, on March 31st, 2025, Staff Sergeant Duenas and 3 other U.S. soldiers were killed during an Army training exercise in Lithuania. His record of exemplary service to his country is something my constituents can all take pride in. That's why I introduced this bill to commemorate his sacrifice and establish a lasting reminder of his legacy. We know that Staff Sergeant Duenas will never be forgotten by his wife, Karen, his son, Jose Duenas III, his mother, Leticia, and his father, Jose, his 5 sisters, his 18 beloved nieces and nephews, or by the countless friends and neighbors in our community who knew and loved him. This bill will ensure that the Illinoisans who are not fortunate enough to know him in life can still come to know him in spirit through the legacy he leaves behind and the impact he has had on our community. Staff Sergeant Duenas was an extraordinary American who served his country with strength and resilience. This bill ensures that the Plainfield, Illinois Post Office will bear his name as a reminder of his contributions, not only to our country, but to his community and family as a father, husband, brother, and son. I am grateful to Senator Duckworth for partnering with me on this effort, and to all my colleagues in the Illinois delegation for their support in honoring the life and legacy of Staff Sergeant Duenas. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Without objection.
I want to thank the gentlewoman from Illinois, and I encourage my colleagues to support her bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill, naming a post office for an honored serviceman, Staff Sergeant Duenas. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6020? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6317.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent. Excuse me.
The gentleman will suspend. I'm sorry. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6317, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 12109 New Kent Highway in New Kent, Virginia, as a Patricia Page Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of this piece of legislation to designate the New Kent Post Office in honor of a remarkable public servant, Patricia Page. Patricia was the very definition of a community leader, and her impact will be felt for generations. I knew Patricia. She was an incredible lady, one that served both her country, her commonwealth, and her community through those years. After graduating from New Kent High School, she served our nation honorably in the United States Army Reserve for 21 years, embodying the very best of service and sacrifice. Her commitment didn't end with her military service. Patricia continued to give back at home. She stepped forward in 2015 to serve on the New Kent County Board of Supervisors. Re-elected by her community multiple times, she earned the trust and respect of those she represented through her tireless dedication and steady leadership. When Patricia saw an issue, when she saw a problem, when she saw a challenge, she ran to that opportunity to make sure she worked for her community. She was fearless and she was selfless. During her time on the New Kent County Board of Supervisors, Ms. Page worked tirelessly to bring people together across generations. She created new opportunities for young people by ensuring student voices were included in local government, appointing high school students to county committees for the very first time. At the same time, she championed efforts to protect seniors by helping establish the Chickahominy Triad to educate older residents about fraud and technological threats. She was a fighter in every sense of the word. As a cancer survivor, Patricia courageously battled the disease multiple times while supporting others facing similar struggles. She was so brave in the face of this devastating disease, you would never have known that she was facing countless challenges in her own private life and her own personal health as you saw her out in the community serving others. Whether she was organizing events like the Relay for Life or standing beside fellow survivors, she brought strength, compassion, and dignity to every effort that she pursued. But beyond her many accomplishments, Patricia Page will be remembered for her character, a leader with an infectious smile and a steadfast advocate, and somebody that never walked away from a challenge in the community. She never saw a stranger anywhere she went. She worked across the region to accomplish big things like the extension and expansion of Interstate 64 through New Kent County, which was a passion of hers, and she made sure that got done. I can tell you by members of the legislature, members of the Regional Transportation Authority, when they saw Patricia Page, they knew what she was going to come and talk to them about, to make sure that her constituents had that modernized transportation system through the county, one that kept travelers safe, but also made sure that there was an economic opportunity in New Kent County based upon that main thoroughfare of Interstate 64. Madam Speaker, I'm honored to speak on behalf of this legislation today to rename the post office in New Kent County so that Patricia Page's life and her legacy will continue to be recognized for generations to come.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6317 as well to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service at 12109 New Kent Highway in New Kent, Virginia, as the Patricia Page Post Office. Patricia Page was a veteran of the U.S. Army Reserves and a longtime member of the New Kent County Board of Supervisors who served her community for decades. And I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Patricia Page by naming the post office in New Kent after her. So I urge passage of H.R. 6317, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the bill to honor Patricia Page. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6317? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6808.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6808, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 417 West 7th Street in Columbia, Tennessee, as the Pharmacist's Mate First Class John Harlan Willis Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the great gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor a son of Tennessee whose courage still echoes across generations, a man who represents the very best of Middle Tennessee and the very best of this country, John Harlan Willis. Born in Columbia, Tennessee, John Harlan Willis was one of those young men who didn't wait for history to call his name. At 19, before the United States had entered the Second World War, he stepped forward and enlisted in the United States Navy. He became a pharmacist mate, a corpsman attached to the Marine Infantry where his duty was clear and unforgiving. When others hit the ground, he got up. He moved forward and went straight into the fire to keep his fellow Americans alive. On the black sands of the Battle of Iwo Jima, one of the most brutal battles in American history, Willis stood shoulder to shoulder with Marines under relentless enemy fire. He moved forward when others were forced down, crossing open ground under artillery and mortar fire to reach the wounded. Even after he himself was struck by shrapnel, he refused evacuation. He did not step back. He went forward again. And then came the moment that defines him. As enemy grenades began landing among his fellow Marines, Willis did something almost impossible to comprehend. He picked them up, one after another, and threw them back toward the enemy, not once, not twice, but 8 times. He chose the lives of others over his own. 8 times he placed himself between death and his fellow Americans. On the 9th grenade, there was no time left. It detonated in his hand. He was 23 years old. In that instant, John Harlan Willis gave everything he had so others might live, not because anyone ordered him to, not because anyone was watching, because that's who he was. He left behind a widow, Winfrey Willis, and a young son, John Harlan Willis, Jr. A family that carried forward his name and his legacy, and today that legacy belongs not just to Columbia, not just to Tennessee, but the entire nation. We live in a time when words like courage and sacrifice are often used lightly. But if we want to understand what those words truly mean, we should look to the men like John Harlan Willis. He reminds us that greatness is not found in titles or positions, but in decisive moments when a person chooses others over themselves. Naming the United States Post Office in Columbia in his honor is more than a symbolic act. It is a statement about who we choose to remember. It is a commitment that future generations walking into that building will see his name and ask who he was. And when they learn, they will understand what the country expects of its sons and daughters. John Harlan Willis is not just a hero of the past, he's a standard for the future. And Mr. Speaker, before I close, I would ask that this body for a brief moment of silence for pharmacist mate, First Class John Harlan Willis, for his widow, Winfrey Willis, and for his son, John Harlan Willis, Jr., a man who had to grow up without his father, and for all those who gave everything so that we may stand here today free. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, I rise today also in support of H.R. 6808. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of pharmacist mate First Class Willis by naming the post office in Columbia, Tennessee after him. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill naming post office for pharmacist mate First Class John Harlan Willis. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6808? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6995.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6995, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 825 Highway 198 in Beaumont, Mississippi, as the Jeremy Malone Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my legislation to designate United States Postal Service facility located at 825 Highway 198, Beaumont, Mississippi, as the Jeremy Malone Post Office. Deputy Jeremy Malone was a dedicated law enforcement officer for over 21 years of service to the people of South Mississippi. On January 4, 2024, he was tragically killed in the line of duty during a traffic stop in George County, Mississippi. As a former law enforcement officer myself, I know the sacrifices that come from wearing a badge. Deputy Malone understood that calling, and he lived every single day serving others, protecting the community, and putting others before himself. But Jeremy Malone was more than a deputy. He was a husband, a father, and a man deeply committed to his community. He volunteered his time to help families and children in need, and he made a lasting impact on the lives of those around him. He is survived by his wife Hillary and their 3 daughters, and our prayers remain with them. This designation is a small but meaningful way to ensure that his service, his sacrifice, and his legacy are never forgotten. It will stand as a daily reminder of the bravery of those who serve and the price that is sometimes paid. Deputy Malone represented the very best of law enforcement in South Mississippi. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and join me in honoring the life of a true American hero. And Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas?
Reserve.
Reserves? Okay. Gentleman from Virginia is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6995 as well. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Jeremy Malone by naming the post office in Beaumont after him, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Texas is now recognized again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for an honored community member, Deputy Sheriff Jeremy Malone. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6995? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6247.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6247, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 13355 North Lawn Adams Road in Marana, Arizona, as the Mayor Ed Honey Memorial Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure. Madam Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani.
Mr. Siscomani from Arizona is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 6247, legislation to designate the United States Postal Service facility located at 13355 North Lawn Adams Road in Marana, Arizona, as the Mayor Ed Honey Memorial Post Office. This bill honors the life, the service, and the enduring legacy of former Marana Mayor and my good friend, Mayor Ed Honey, a man whose life was defined by devotion to his community, to his country, and also to his family. Mayor Ed unexpectedly passed away on November 22nd of 2024 at the age of 77, leaving behind a remarkable legacy of civic leadership that helped shape Marana from a small rural town into one of Southern Arizona's most vibrant and growing communities. Mayor Ed's connection to Marana ran deep. He was a 3rd-generation member of a prominent 5-generation Marana family, graduated from Marana High School in 1965, and remained deeply rooted in the community throughout his entire life. His story is, in many ways, the story of Marana itself. I always said that he is Marana, and Marana is Mayor Ed Honey. Built on hard work, on humility, on faith,
on a strong sense of duty to others. He also answered the call to serve our nation during the Vietnam War as a member of the United States Navy Seabees, where he developed the construction and leadership skills that would guide both his professional life and his years in civic service. Even after his military service, he continued supporting fellow veterans as a lifetime member of the Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 5990. Ed devoted 37 years of public service in Marana, was serving 3 terms as a town council and later serving as mayor in multiple terms. During his leadership, he helped guide the town through major growth and infrastructure expansion while working to preserve the strong sense of identity and community that makes Marana such a special place for everyone. This designation is especially fitting because before retiring in 2007, Mayor Ed Honey also worked for 29 years as a contractor for the United States Postal Service in Marana, faithfully serving local residents and businesses. It is only right that a place tied so closely to daily community life should bear the name of a man who dedicated his own life to serving that same community. His service also extended far beyond Marana through leadership roles with the Pima Association of Governments, the Regional Transportation Authority, and the Arizona League of Cities and Towns. Mayor Ed helped improve general transportation, strengthen cooperation among local governments, establish the Marana Food Bank, and champion public spaces and resources that brought families together and supported those in need. Mayor Ed lived a life of humility, service, and lasting impact. I am proud to have known Mayor Ed, or Ed as we all call him, and call him my friend. Naming this post office in his honor is a fitting tribute to a man who gave so much to the people of Marana and the entire southern Arizona region. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6247. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of H.R. 6247 and encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Mayor Honey by naming the post office in Marana, Arizona after him. I thank the gentleman from Arizona, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized again.
Madam Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to support this bill naming a post office for Mayor Ed Honey. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6247? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5831.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5831, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 306 South Main Street in Waupaca, Wisconsin, as the Master Sergeant Melvin O. Handrich Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this matter. Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Weed.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this bill to rename the United States Post Office in Waupaca, Wisconsin, in honor of Master Sergeant Melvin O. Handrich, a Waupaca County native, a Medal of Honor recipient, and a hero who served our nation in both World War II and the Korean War. In August of 1950, Master Sergeant Handrich and his company faced overwhelming enemy forces attempting to overrun their position. Despite intense and sustained fire, he voluntarily moved to an exposed forward post where he directed mortar and artillery fire for 8 hours as enemy soldiers advanced to within 50 feet of his position. When he saw elements of his company preparing to withdraw, he crossed open, fire-swept ground to rally and reorganize his men, restoring the line and enabling them to continue the fight. Though severely wounded, he refused evacuation and returned to his forward position to continue directing fire. He remained there until the enemy overran his post and he was mortally wounded. When the position was retaken, more than 70 enemy dead were found in the area he had so courageously defended. Master Sergeant Hendrick's extraordinary bravery, leadership, and self-sacrifice reflect the highest traditions of our military and of the state of Wisconsin. Naming this post office in his honor ensures that his legacy will be remembered by future generations to come. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5831. I encourage my colleagues to join me in honoring the life of Master Sergeant Hendrick by naming the post office in Wapaka, Wisconsin after him. And I thank the gentleman, and I urge passage of 5831 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. From Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill to honor Master Sergeant Melvin Hendrick. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5831? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7613 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7613, a bill to require certain aircraft to be equipped with collision mitigation technology to improve helicopter route safety and separation around airports to update air traffic control processes and procedures, to address national airspace system safety and Department of Defense activities, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 7613.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
And is recognized.
On January 29, 2025, tragedy struck just a few miles from where we stand today when an Army Black Hawk helicopter collided with American Airlines Flight 5342 as it approached Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. 67 people lost their lives that night, all of the passengers and all of the crew on both aircraft. Accidents of this magnitude demand careful, deliberate, and thoughtful consideration. Aviation incidents are rarely the result of a single failure. They are usually complex with multiple contributing factors. Therefore, it is essential that we understand all of the facts before legislating. That's why we have the National Transportation Safety Board. Their job is to conduct an independent investigation, leaving no stone unturned, establishing findings, determine the probable cause and contributing factors, and issue evidence-based safety recommendations. If we act without that complete picture, we risk a misdiagnosis and Congress misses the mark. After the NTSB issued its final report on February 17th, I joined Transportation Infrastructure Ranking Member Rick Larson, Armed Services Committee Chairman Mike Rogers, and Ranking Member Adam Smith to introduce the ALERT Act. This is a bipartisan and comprehensive aviation safety reform bill. It addresses the probable cause, the contributing factors, and the NTSB's safety recommendations. In fact, the NTSB has stated that the bill that we are considering today addresses all 50 of the board's recommendations. At its core, this legislation is about making our aviation system safer in a practical, straightforward, and meaningful way. It requires airliners to upgrade their collision avoidance technology by 2031 to a more advanced system, a system that is integrated using ADS-BN and that provides RO alerts with nearby traffic's clock position, relative altitude, range, and vertical tendency, and incorporates directional traffic symbols into the visual displays. For other aircraft required to have ADS-B out, the bill requires ADS-BN based collision prevention technology by 2031. Further, the bill permanently closes the route being flown by the helicopter in this accident, Helicopter Route 4 along the Potomac River, and updates the helicopter route design requirements. This was what the NTSB identified as the very root cause of this tragedy. It also takes a hard look at the FAA's safety culture by requiring an independent audit by the Inspector General. And the legislation improves how data is collected and shared within and between the FAA and the Pentagon, so we can identify risks earlier and act on them. We did not put this bill together in a vacuum. We worked closely with the NTSB, with stakeholders, with the victims' families to make sure that we got this right. And to those families, especially those that are here with us today, I know this has been not an easy process by any stretch of the imagination, but your strong advocacy for safety is why we continue to push for America to still remain the gold standard in aviation. This bill now has 87 co-sponsors, bipartisan co-sponsors, and both the T&I and Armed Services Committee marked up their respective titles, and each passed those titles unanimously, a strong bipartisan signal that Congress is united and serious about strengthening aviation safety. H.R. 7613, as amended, that we are considering on the floor today, combines the work of both committees. At its core, this is about doing our job, ensuring our aviation system is as safe as it can possibly be, and taking meaningful steps to help prevent a tragedy like this from ever happening again. Madam Speaker, I'd urge support for the ALERT Act, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7613, the Airspace Location and Enhanced Risk Transparency Act, or the ALERT Act, as amended, bipartisan legislation introduced by Committee Chair Sam Graves, House Armed Services Committee Chair Mike Rogers, Ranking Member Adam Smith of the Armed Services Committee, and myself as the Ranking Member of the T&I Committee. This bill responds to all the probable causes of the tragic mid-air collision near Washington National Airport, or DCA, on January 29, 2025. On that evening, American Airlines Flight 5342, arriving to DCA from Wichita, Kansas, and an Army UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter, flying a routine training mission, collided above the Potomac River, resulting in 67 tragic deaths, representing the deadliest U.S. aviation accident since 2001. To the families and loved ones of those lost in this tragedy, you certainly have my deepest condolences. What we've gone through is unimaginable, and you have my sincere gratitude for your advocacy. Your tireless efforts to effect real change and improve aviation safety have made this bill better. I also want to thank the chair of the NTSB, Chair Jennifer Homendy, her investigators and the staff for their diligent work to uncover the cause and contributing factors of this accident, as well as their valuable input as our committee developed and refined this legislation. After the accident, the NTSB was on the scene and initiated its thorough investigation in determining the probable cause, identifying factors and findings, and issuing recommendations to the appropriate federal agencies. The NTSB published its final report in February that contained the probable cause of this collision, its findings, and 50 new safety recommendations that were directed at the Department of Transportation and at the Pentagon. And today, we're considering legislation that responds to all of the NTSB's safety recommendations. The ALERT Act has been bipartisan from its inception and is a result of productive, good faith collaboration between the T&I Committee and the Armed Services Committee and the impacted agencies. And since the DC mid-air tragedy involved both the FAA and the DoD, the solution has to involve both committees to make lasting changes. And the bill that we are considering today, as I like to call it, the ALERT Act version 7.0, looks vastly different from the legislation introduced in February, version 1.0. It incorporates feedback from the families of the victims, the NTSB, and other stakeholders who have helped make the ALERT Act a truly comprehensive safety bill that works to address all 50 NTSB safety recommendations. The legislation contains a sense of Congress and 23 provisions requiring the FAA and the DOT to act on safety recommendations issued in the NTSB's final report. These provisions require ADS-B in and collision prevention technology on virtually all aircraft, enhance air traffic control, training, and traffic management procedures, modernize ATC facilities and technology, address deficiencies in DOT and FAA safety culture, and strengthen the safety of the national airspace system and safety in the airspace around DCA. A key provision of the ALERT Act is its equipage requirement for collision prevention technologies, including what we call ADS-B in. The important thing to know about ADS-B in is it's only one part of a collision prevention equation in the ALERT Act. While useful, ADS-B in must be paired with the right system in the cockpit, the right displays, the right audible alarms, the right software, to effectively increase a pilot's situational awareness. As a result, the ALERT Act not only requires ADS-B in, but also requires each aircraft to have collision prevention technology. And for all mainline air carriers, this ADS-B in enabled ACAS XA is what we call, it's the next generation collision avoidance system. For everyone else who's currently required to have ADS-B out, they will be required to have any of the ADS-B in enabled collision prevention technologies that also meet a strict set of minimum requirements. These ADS-B in capabilities, fed into the right collision prevention technologies, provide pilots with an unprecedented level of situational awareness and will increase the safety of the airspace across the country. But the time to act is now. House passage of the ALERT Act is the next step in delivering on Congress's safety commitment to the flying public and addressing all 50 NTSB recommendations. Moreover, passage of the ALERT Act in the House will allow us to begin critical discussions with the Senate on a final legislative response to the DCA mid-air tragedy. So I do urge all my colleagues to support the ALERT Act as amended, and with that, reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 5 minutes to the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding, and Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the ALERT Act. This is critically needed legislation that will go a long way to improve aviation safety. Last year's mid-air collision between an Army helicopter and a passenger jet on approach to Reagan National should have never happened. The NTSB completed their investigation earlier this year, and their report included 13 recommendations to the Army and the Pentagon to ensure another tragedy like this doesn't happen again. Title II of the ALERT Act carries out all 13 of those recommendations. In fact, the NTSB states that this bill not only meets their recommendations, but in most cases exceeds them. For instance, the NTSB made several recommendations to the Army to improve its training and safety management system. The ALERT Act requires all military services to make these safety modifications, not just the Army. The ALERT Act also addresses concerns raised by the Department of War with the bill as it passed the Senate. The bill before us ensures our bombers, fighters, and other classified aircraft can continue to execute their critical national security missions without revealing their location to our enemies. We ultimately got a product that improves aviation safety without undermining our national security. This is a strong bipartisan bill that passed the Armed Services Committee by a vote of 53-0. I thank the NTSB and the Pentagon for working with us throughout this process. I also want to thank Chairman Graves and Ranking Members Larson and Smith, as well as our staff on both committees for their hard work. Finally, I want to express my deepest condolences to the families, friends, and loved ones of those who lost their lives in this terrible accident. And I want to thank the PAT 25 and the Flight 5342 families for their tireless efforts to ensure a tragedy like this never occurs again. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. Yield 3 minutes to the representative from Indiana, Representative Carson.
Mr. Carson is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to Chairman Graves and my friend, Ranking Member Larson, and the wonderful staff for your leadership and your partnership, which has allowed our committee to mark up our bill, the ALERT Act, and bring it to the floor today. The Transportation and Infrastructure Committee worked together in a bipartisan way and with our Armed Services Committee colleagues to collaborate and produce a comprehensive bill that addresses and implements all of NTSB's 50 recommendations in the DCA collision report, not just a few. The terrible mid-air collision at DCA on January 29th last year still haunts all of us. So, we always want to take a moment to recognize the family members who lost their loved ones. I continue to mourn the loss of the 67 people who died that day, including Asra Hussein from Carmel, Indiana. As family members, you have turned your pain into great power and advocacy. And you have helped us to keep working on a bill that is comprehensive and will make long overdue changes to improve safety. Today's bill will save lives, and it addresses all of NTSB's recommendations to fix problems that have been ignored for far too long. It requires ADS-B and collision prevention technology with a hard deadline. It enhances air traffic control training and procedures, including time-on position limits. It modernizes ATC facilities and technology. It addresses deficiencies in the safety cultures at DOT, FAA, and DOD. It strengthens the traffic management and safety of the national airspace and the DCA area, including assessing volume, aircraft arrival rates, and regular review of helicopter routes in the area. Madam Speaker, I urge all of my colleagues to join us in passing this remarkable bill that we've all worked so hard for to improve and to bring to a vote. I'd also like to thank the Aviation Subcommittee staff, both Democratic and Republican, for their hard work and late nights and long weekends to help us bring this to the floor today. Let's pass this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would give 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Barrett.
Gentleman from Michigan is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member as well. I rise today in support of the Alert Act, the bill before us today. This bill will strengthen aviation safety and includes key provisions from several of my bills focused on the ADS-B signaling system. Technology that could have prevented the deadly collision between the commercial airline flight and a military helicopter over the Potomac River last January, which claimed the lives of 67 individuals. This tragedy was a breakdown across multiple different systems. For example, the commercial aircraft was transmitting ADS-B out, signaling their position to other aircraft, but it lacked ADS-B in, the ability to see what was going on around them. The helicopter, the Army Black Hawk, had ADS-B in, but was not transmitting ADS-B out to alert others of their position. The American Airlines flight had TCAS, the collision avoidance system that sends an alert to pilots in the cockpit, but the helicopter did not. I'm grateful to Chairman Graves and Chairman Rogers, as well as the entire Armed Services and Transportation and Infrastructure
Gentleman's time has
committees.
expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I yield him 10 extra seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm thankful to Chairman Graves and Rogers, as well as the entire Armed Services and Transportation Infrastructure Committees for addressing these gaps, including provisions from my Safety and Shared Skies Act, Military ADS-B Out Loophole Act, the Next Generation Collision Avoidance Assistance Act. We are making real progress with these provisions today to improve safety and accountability across the airspace. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and we give our prayers to the families, and I yield back. Thank you.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to yield 2 minutes to the representative from Oregon, Representative Hoyle.
Representative from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the Alert Act, and I want to thank Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Larson, the pilots and flight attendants unions, Jennifer Hamady, and the NTSB staff, T&I members, and mostly the families who put such passion and advocacy into getting this bill right. It was not easy, but it's so very important that we made progress to align the bill with the NTSB's recommendation. Again, I just want to acknowledge, without the family members advocating on behalf of the loved ones that they lost on January 29th, we wouldn't be here today. They should not have to keep coming back into this room. They should not have to listen to member after member say what everyone knows, that this was preventable. The NTSB found that ADS-B in systems could have provided up to 59 seconds of warning. That's what makes it so hard to hear that the board has been ambiguous about this. It has been recommending this kind of requirement for years, 17 times since 2006. The requirements here should be clear. Ensure all aircraft equipped with ADS-B out carry ADS-B in with cockpit display of traffic information, and ensure that happens on a firm, enforceable timeline without any carve-outs. We should write that into law and not leave it to some later process, delay, or direction. Members on both sides of the aisle recognize we have a duty to all Americans to put aside our differences and keep them safe. That means the House and Senate need to work together to enact the strongest possible safety requirements. This bill is an important step, and I want to acknowledge how hard everyone worked to get here. Again, it wasn't easy, and everyone did work to get us to where we are. But we owe it to every victim, every family, and the American people to finish that work so these families don't have to keep coming back. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would give 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte.
Mr. Obernolte of California is recognized.
Madam Chairman, I rise in strong support of the Alert Act. The collision last year at DCA was a terrible tragedy, and like most aviation tragedies, it was 100% preventable. The NTSB earlier this year released a comprehensive report analyzing the accident. And what it discovered, like most aviation accidents, is there was a whole chain of events that occurred, and any one of those chain links could have been interrupted and prevented the accident. The NTSB made a number of different recommendations on what can be done to improve the situation, and this bill implements those recommendations. This is far beyond just the paths that helicopters and aircraft take that need to be separated. It goes to things like the staffing of air traffic control towers, the technology behind collision avoidance systems, military training routes and the way that those are communicated, and a host of different things that implemented together will ensure that these types of accidents do not happen in the future. That's why I am so proud to be a co-sponsor of this bill. I'd like to thank my friend and fellow pilot Chairman Graves for his tireless advocacy in seeing this through to fruition and urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the representative from Virginia, Representative Beyer.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member Larson. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7613, the ALERT Act, and I thank the committees of jurisdiction for your tireless work on this bill and for adopting significant feedback from the stakeholders, including the families of Flight 5342 and the National Transportation Safety Board. And a personal thank you to Ranking Member Larson for your collaboration and support. You and your team have been wonderful to work with through a difficult process. This bill provides meaningful and comprehensive response to last year's January 29 collision at National Airport, which tragically took 67 lives. We must do everything we can to keep this tragedy from happening again. This bill would implement all 50 recommendations from the NTSB's final report on the collision. It would reevaluate the arrival rate at National Airport, which is too high. It would establish a time-based flow management system to make our air traffic controllers' workload more manageable. It would reevaluate our air traffic controllers' facility level to hopefully bring more resources and staffing to the tower. And this bill would improve our helicopter route charts. It aims to put guardrails on military helicopter flights in this very congested region. This bill is an incredible step forward for National Airport, for our region, and for our country, and I hope to see it pass this evening. However, ALERT Act is not perfect. It includes ADSB carve-outs for some general aviation aircraft, and there are still concerns about military helicopter flights in this region not being adequately addressed. The families of Flight 5342 still have legitimate concerns and put out a statement today on their hopes for improvements to the bill in the Senate before it becomes law, which I support. I was disappointed to see the Rotor Act, which had strong ADSB requirements, fail on the House floor earlier this year. But, Madam Speaker, our goal is to adopt the strongest aviation safety requirements possible. And I firmly believe that the ALERT Act accomplishes much of this goal, but that we can and should make this bill stronger. I look forward to voting in support of the ALERT Act today, as I did with the Rotor Act earlier this year, with the understanding that more work is needed. As this bill advances, I urge my colleagues in the committees of jurisdiction to make improvements, to close any loopholes, and to prioritize safety for all over the convenience of a few. And thank you again to our committee leaders for their work on this bill, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'd yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Bresnahan.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today encouraged by the progress we are making in delivering an aviation safety package that delivers and makes our skies safer. I appreciate the hard work we did as a committee to get this bill to the floor today. After what I anticipate will be strong bipartisan passage on the floor this evening, we must continue working with our Senate counterparts to create a final package. This is an opportunity that we cannot afford to miss because it is not just about policy being at stake, it's people's lives. I strongly believe that any final bill we send to the President's desk must include requirements for ADSB in. As a pilot myself, I rely on ADSB every time I fly. It helps me see traffic, avoid conflicts, and frankly, it helps keep me alive. ADSB provides real-time situational awareness, giving pilots visual and audible alerts about nearby aircraft, their position, speed, direction, and altitude. That early warning allows pilots to take action and prevent collision. This is not new technology. It is widely available and already being used to train the next generation of pilots. Mr. Speaker, we also have to remember why we are here today. Families across the country, including those impacted by Flight 5342 and the tragedy, are counting on us to do everything we can to prevent something like this from ever happening again. We owe it to them, we owe it to the American people to pass a bill that delivers the highest level of safety possible.
The gentleman's time is up.
Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the representative from Virginia, Representative Subramaniam.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the ranking member. I rise in support of the ALERT Act as well. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this bill. A big reason why we are here is that on January 29th, 2025, a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter and American Airlines Flight 5342 collided in midair outside DCA. 67 lives were lost, many of them parents and children in my community in Virginia. And after the crash, many of us said that we would do all we can do to prevent such a tragedy from ever happening again. The ALERT Act is part of the solution. The bill addresses all 50 of the safety recommendations by the NTSBs following their investigation into this crash. And we need to address them all because it wasn't just one issue that led to this tragedy. It was a combination of systemic problems that made our national airspace unsafe. But I want to stress that there is more work to do. First, we must ensure there are no delays in implementing collision prevention technology for every type of aircraft. We must also ensure that exemptions from new safety equipment requirements are granted only when absolutely necessary. And finally, the Rotor Act is a part of the solution too. It passed the Senate resoundingly, has the support of families, and even went through this body, and the majority supported it. We must restore trust in our airspace and make sure nothing like this ever happens again. So I really want to thank the families and the loved ones of Flight 5342. Without their advocacy and their persistence, neither the ALERT Act nor the Rotor Act would have made it this far, and I look forward to continuing our work with them. I want to thank the ranking member as well in the committee for all their hard work on this as well. So I ask my colleagues in joining me in supporting this bill, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the ALERT Act, which I am proud to co-sponsor. For Kansans, this bill is deeply personal. On January 29, 2025, the world stood in disbelief as we watched tragedy unfold over the Potomac River in the collision between American Airlines Flight 5342 out of Wichita and a U.S. Army helicopter. Kansas will never forget the lives lost, the families forever changed, or the grief felt across Wichita and communities across our state. What happened on that day demands a serious and thoughtful response from Congress to ensure that this tragedy is never repeated. We owe it to the families and to every American who steps onto a plane to make sure our national airspace is as safe as it possibly can be. That is exactly why we must pass the ALERT Act. This is the most significant, comprehensive reform to aviation safety in years. It reflects serious bipartisan work to strengthen our aviation system, improve accountability, and ensure safety remains at the top in our airspace, which is demonstrated by the fact that the legislation passed out of both the Transportation and Armed Services Committee unanimously. The ALERT Act addresses all 50 safety recommendations from the NTSB and takes meaningful steps to improve transparency, coordination, training, and oversight. It strengthens pilot and air traffic control awareness through modern technology, requires advanced collision avoidance systems on aircraft, improves helicopter router safety, and enhances air traffic control procedures. Meaningful, lasting improvements to the safety of our airspace require Congress to work closely with victims' families, the aviation industry, and administration, and the ALERT Act does just that. Congress must enact solutions to address the root causes that stand the test of time. Kansas is home to the air capital of the world, and aviation is not just part of our economy, it's a part of who we are. We will never forget what happened on January 29th, and I'm committed to ensuring that will never happen again. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Great. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri.
I have no more speakers as well, so I'm also prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We must do everything that we can to prevent another mid-air collision and to improve aviation safety. That's why I support H.R. 7613 as amended and urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In closing, I would like to thank Ranking Member Larson, Chairman Rogers, and Ranking Member Smith for their work on this critical piece of aviation safety legislation. I'd also like to thank the staff on both the T&I and Armed Services committees that worked tirelessly on this bill to make sure that we got it right. Specifically, I want to thank my front office staff, T&I Majority Staff Director Nick Christensen, Deputy Staff Director Abby Wank, General Counsel Megan Holland, as well as my subcommittee staff, former Aviation Subcommittee Staff Director Julie Devine, who's departed Congress after a decade of service, and Joseph Small, Will Moore, and Archie Miller. We needed to get this right. The American people and the flying public count on us to ensure that the National Airspace System, or the NAS, is the safest system in the world, and I'm proud to say that the NTSB has confirmed that the Alert Act, as amended, addresses all 50 recommendations issued by the National Transportation Safety Board. On the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, aviation safety remains our highest priority, and the bill upholds that commitment. We will continue to work with our colleagues in the Senate and ensure that we are sending a comprehensive safety bill to the President, and anything short of that would be a disservice to the flying public. I'd ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to come together and support this critical piece of safety legislation. With that, Madam Speaker, I would urge support of the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 7613, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek
Thank you,
recognition?
Madam Speaker. I would ask for the yeas and nays.
The ayes and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the ayes and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the ayes and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1011 and H.R. 7613. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote of the motion on the motion of the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1011, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 11, a bill to amend the Agricultural Credit Act of 1978 to remove barriers to agricultural procedures in assessing funds to carry out emergency measures under the Emergency Conservation Program and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 395, the nays are 10. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Shh. Shh. The House come to order. It's not on. The House come to order. Is it on? The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, I have the honor to transmit herewith a copy of a letter received from Mr. J. Blake Evans, Elections Director with the Georgia Office of the Secretary of State, indicating that according to the unofficial results of the special general election held April 7th, 2026, the Honorable Clay Fuller was elected representative to Congress for the 14th Congressional District of Georgia. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Georgia, the Honorable Mr. Clay Fuller, be permitted to take the oath of office today. His certificate of election has not arrived, but there's no contest and no question has been raised with regard to his election.
Without objection, will Representative-elect Fuller and the members of the Georgia delegation present themselves in the well? All members will rise, and the representative-elect will please raise his right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this objection freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God? Congratulations, you're now a member of the 119th Congress. Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as Dean of Georgia's congressional delegation, I'd like to extend our heartfelt welcome to the Honorable Clay Fuller. Welcome, Clay. Our delegation is diverse, and we are passionate about how we best represent this great state of Georgia. But most of all, something I'm very proud of is that we still find a way to work together across the aisle, even as we have our diverse interests, particularly when subjects impact the people of the great state of Georgia, wherever they might live, to make our state continue to be the best state in America to do business. So as co-chair of the Bipartisan Congressional Military Caucus, I appreciate Mr. Fuller's background as an airman, an air guardsman, and the tireless contributions of his family to help him get to where he is today. So congratulations, Kate, and to the two beautiful children. And Clay, I know that you will be a champion for rural Georgia, a passion that we can share in common. So I look forward to the opportunities ahead to collaborate. On a personal note, I'm happy to see another Emory University alumnus and a practicing attorney to join the ranks of public service in Congress from the great state of Georgia. I'll now yield to my dear friend and colleague from the 8th Congressional District, my neighbor, Mr. Austin Scott, the senior and longest-serving Republican in the Georgia delegation.
Thank you, Congressman Bishop. I want to be brief before Mr. Fuller has his 10 words. He is a district attorney from North Georgia. He's done an exceptionally good job there. He is still a JAG officer in the Georgia National Guard, and he brings a lot of valuable insight and experience to the House of Representatives. Let's hope we use it, and I'm glad to introduce you to the newest member of the Georgia delegation in the United States Congress, Mr. Clay Fuller, and his family.
I was actually told it was 5 words, not 10. So first off, I just want to say thank you to God, but for his grace, I wouldn't be here today. I want to say thank you to my wife, Kate, and my 2 children. And to my children, Tallulah and Callum here. I hope I'm going to make you proud each and every day here. I want to say also thank you to the friends and family who traveled all the way here to be with me here today. I hope I make you proud. And to the hardworking people of Georgia 14 who elected me. You have sent a warrior to Congress, and I can't wait to fight for you each and every day. To my Democrat colleagues, I look forward to working with each and every one of you. And so thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to get to work here. God bless you all, and I yield back my time.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the administration of the oath that a gentleman from Georgia, the whole number of the House is 432. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7613 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7613, a bill to require certain aircraft to be equipped with collision mitigation technology to improve helicopter route safety and separation around airports, to update air traffic control processes and procedures, to address national airspace system safety and Department of Defense activities, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
This vote, the yeas are 396, the nays are 10. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Oh, he needs.
Excellent, excellent.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to recognize the exemplary programs for senior citizens offered by the Village of Rye Brook. Based at the Basilopost Center on Garibaldi Place, the Rye Brook seniors enjoy a wide and varied program that involves luncheons for nutritious purposes and companionship, with a host of different programs, arts and crafts, games, special trips, and a schedule of special events for holidays like Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, and Easter. The senior coordinator, who also serves as the deputy village clerk, Liz Rotfeld, is ably assisted by Angie Storino. Free transportation is provided for seniors who no longer are able to drive and so still want to attend these events. And these programs have garnered support all across the village government by Mayor Jason Klein and the village board and the outstanding village administrator, Chris Bradbury, in assistance of this community. From the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, we salute the Rye Brook Seniors Program and the Village of Rye Brook for their service to the senior residents of their community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor and remember the life of former New Jersey Assemblyman and pillar of the New Jersey community, Alberto Catino, better known as Al Catino. Born in my hometown of Newark, Mr. Catino was first elected as the 29th District Assemblyman in 1997 at 27 years old. He was young, but he was already a central figure of New Jersey's Portuguese community. He did so much good for so many, a public servant who fought for prison reentry reforms, job creation, and expanding our parks. Too many. He is remembered as a key organizer of the Portugal Day Festival. When he wasn't serving the city in his legislative capacity, he was serving his community as a local soccer team coach. His love for the game also motivated his role as chairman and co-founder of the Ironbound Soccer Club, which is one of the many initiatives he led to promote amateur and semi-professional soccer so our kids could grow in team building and work ethic. I was heartbroken to hear of his passing in a car accident last month. My community was heartbroken too. I'm praying for the Catino family and that our community carries his legacy by leading with passion and heart. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
For 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to object as our House returns after an unconstitutional 2-week forced recess. Rather than exercise his constitutional Article 1 duties, Speaker Johnson fell in step with warmongering hotheads in the executive branch. He failed to honor his constitutional oath and uphold the U.S. Constitution and Congress's defined powers in Article 1. He gavelled the House out at a most profound moment in world and American history. The U.S. Constitution is clear. Article 1, Section 8 says the Congress shall have the power to declare war. It does not say may have power. It says Congress shall have power. Speaker Johnson ignored this provision. Speaker Johnson also has allowed the executive branch to draw down billions upon billions of taxpayer dollars without consent of Congress. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7 states, "No money shall be drawn from the Treasury but in consequence of appropriations made by law." Without a vote by Congress to authorize the war and appropriations spent, the Speaker is in violation of the Constitution to which he swore an oath. Mr. Speaker, what the American people are witnessing
time has
is
expired.
unconstitutional and unprecedented in the history of our nation. I object, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Honor the life and the legacy and the beauty of Anita Martinez, a trailblazer whose leadership and dedication transformed the Dallas community and inspired Mexican American for generations. Born in 1925 and raised in Little Mexico, Anita Martinez demonstrated a passion for service from a very early age, led grassroots efforts in her community as a teenager, and over the course of more than 6 decades, she remained committed to uplifting others and strengthening her community. She founded the Anita N. Martinez Ballet Folclorio to instill pride and confidence in Hispanic youth through cultural education and the performing arts. Through this work, she empowered generations to embrace their heritage and pursue educational success, earning recognition at every level. In 1969, Ms. Martinez made history as the first Hispanic elected to the Dallas City Council and the first Hispanic woman elected to a city council in any major U.S. city. Her leadership brought meaningful change to underserved communities and advanced equity across Dallas. Today, I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing Ms. Anita Nanez Martinez for her extraordinary contributions, her legacy of leadership, cultural pride, and everything that she has done to inspire all of us. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the energy was extremely high at the annual U.S. Coast Guard Marathon with around 2,000 dedicated runners and cheer athletes in Elizabeth City. The streets were filled with excitement and determination. It was an honor to celebrate the vital bond between the U.S. Coast Guard and the Elizabeth City community, recognizing the sacrifices of our active duty personnel, resilient civilians, dedicated volunteers, and the incredible Coast Guard Foundation. Before ringing the bell, we paid special tribute to the selfless service of individuals like Petty Officer Tyler Jaggers, who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country. I extend my deepest gratitude to the Commandant for ensuring this year's marathon took place. It was so uplifting, provided everyone in the community with the boost we all needed, and strengthened our sense of unity. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the newest addition to Team AMO, Faye Elliott Sadaro. Faye was born on May 13th and is a congressional baby through and through. She was welcomed by her parents, Dylan and Paige. Dylan serves as my chief of staff, and Paige serves as ranking member Bobby Scott's legislative director. Least to say, we anticipate she will soon surpass us all in knowledge of how Congress works. Faye is named after her great-grandmother and her great-grandfather. She's keeping her parents busy, and we can't wait for her to make an appearance on the House floor. Congratulations, Dylan and Paige, and welcome to Team AMO, Faye. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Fields, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Let me first thank the Speaker for allowing the Congressional Black Caucus to use this first hour of special order to commemorate the life and legacy of my mentor, my leader, and my friend, the Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, Sr. I was a student with humble beginnings, 9 siblings. My dad passed when I was 5 years old, so I was raised by a single parent. Given my circumstances, I was a young man caught between hope and expectations. I had hoped to do a lot of things, but my expectations were not high. I first had a chance to hear Reverend Jackson speak in 1978, some 48 years ago. I was a sophomore at McKinley Senior High School. All the kids in East Baton Rouge Parish were shuttled by bus to the Baton Rouge River Center to hear Reverend Jesse Jackson. After listening to Reverend Jackson, his I Am Somebody speech, I connected the reality that I really was somebody. I didn't just have to hope to be, I could expect to be. Reverend Jackson's impact on my life at that time gave me hope and the audacity to believe. I believed that I was somebody. He made me dream beyond my circumstances. He changed what I thought and what was possible. And it was at that time that I came out of my shell. The next year, I became president of the Key Club and then vice president of my senior class, all because of the I Am Somebody speech that impacted my life. After my time at McKinley, I went on to attend Southern University, where I continued to chase dreams. I went on to become the freshman class president and then student body president in 1984, all because of the impact of Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson. 42 years ago, my student body vice president, Michael Hurst, he was from Chicago. One day he called me and he said, "The Reverend Jesse Jackson is coming to town. Would you like me to introduce you to him?" Obviously, I said, yes, of course. Meeting a man who had made such an impression on me as a kid was extremely important. This was the same man that I saw speak as a 10th grader who inspired me to believe that I was somebody. Now I had an opportunity to meet him and talk to him one-on-one. That's when he made me his college coordinator in 1984 for his presidential campaign. And I remember we were traveling the country. We were in Michigan, registering people to vote. And I got discouraged. And I said to Reverend Jackson, "These voters are just apathetic." And he said, "Cleo, there is no such thing as an apathetic voter. They're only uninspired. And it is our job to inspire every last one of them." And that showed me that he wanted to see the best in everybody. And I chose to follow him because he was a light of hope. And when I first thought about running for public office, the first political figure I talked to was Reverend Jesse Jackson. I know, a lot of folk in Baton Rouge, but I wanted to talk to someone about the idea of a 24-year-old running for the Louisiana State Senate. And I called Reverend Jackson. And I thought the answer would have been, start at city council or start at the school board. No, Jesse Jackson said, if you don't run, you can't win. And I did. Reverend Jackson ran for president again in 1988, 38 years ago. He called me and he told me, "I want you to serve as a youth coordinator for my 1988 campaign." I was traveling the country with him, campaigning for him. "Keep hope alive" was our slogan. Right before the Democratic National Convention, out of the blue, I got a call from his campaign manager, Ron Brown. He called me and said, Reverend Jackson wants you to speak on no first use of nuclear weapons at the Democratic National Convention in Atlanta. He put me on a national stage, a very, very young man. And as a young elected official, I believed in him. And in 1993, 33 years ago, I was elected to Congress. I was just 29 years of age. And once again, Reverend Jackson was there, supporting me every single step of the way, encouraging me, making me believe that I was capable. And it wasn't just me. He inspired young leaders across America. As a result of his 1984 race and 88 race for president, he inspired all of us, specifically a group of young leaders right here in this Congress. I remember it. In 1994, Patrick Kennedy, at age 27, was elected to this Congress. I also had the distinct opportunity to serve with his own son, Jesse Jackson Jr., only 30 years old in 1995, had a chance to serve with him. And don't forget, in 1996, a gentleman by the name of Harold Washington Jr. was elected to this body, all inspired by Reverend Jesse Jackson. Upon being re-elected to Congress in 2025, I have had the opportunity to serve with one other Jackson, and that is Reverend Jackson's son as well, and that is Jonathan Jackson. Jesse Jackson has inspired us all. Every time I ran for office, Reverend Jackson was there. Every office I've ever been elected to, he was there to support me. Without his early inspiration and guidance, I wouldn't be here on this floor speaking to you tonight. There's not a single individual in this world, outside of my mother, who had more of an impact on my life than a man we're here to celebrate tonight. And I thank him, and I thank you for gathering as we commemorate his wonderful life and his legacy. And at this time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, as much time as she may use.
Thank you so much for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to rise today to thank my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus for organizing this special order hour and for honoring the life and legacy of the late, great Reverend Jackson Sr., a man who truly taught us all how to keep hope alive. Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr. is not only a friend to the Congressional Black Caucus, but he was a friend of all of ours, individually and collectively. He had a very humble birth, born to a single mother, and started his political life by being arrested for protesting around not being admitted to a segregated library, and became one of the storied Greenville 8 in that protest. And of course, you'll hear from others tonight about his association with the late, great Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., his leadership in the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, his founder of Rainbow Push, his negotiating the release of American hostages in various parts of the world, his running for the President of the United States, both in 1984 and 1988. But you know what? I lived 90 miles from Chicago. And so I know the Reverend Jackson, who would just show up at random, unknown people's grandmother's funeral. I knew the Reverend Jackson, who showed up in Milwaukee long before I was elected to anything, as I stand here in Congress today. As I looked through all of my photographs, I saw pictures of Reverend Jackson in Milwaukee, working with local leadership in the NAACP around open housing in Milwaukee. As I looked through those photos, I saw pictures of me as a state representative, a newly elected member to the Wisconsin Assembly, as our city went through the horror of Jeffrey Dahmer, a serial murderer that killed black men in our community. And as Reverend Jackson was there hugging family members of those victims, praying with them and offering them his clerical, his clergy support. As I looked through my pictures, I saw photos of Reverend Jackson coming to help us get out the vote continuously year after year in our very, very, very purple state. I saw with my own eyes the Reverend Jackson comforting the victim, a victim of police brutality, the murder of Dontre Hamilton, coming there to support us in the protest and to comfort the mother of this victim, an unarmed black man, lying on a park bench, found himself dead at the hand of a police. And I saw one of the most remarkable things that I was able to experience was when we went to Kenosha, Wisconsin. Y'all remember Kyle Rittenhouse? Do y'all remember how Kyle Rittenhouse was being lifted up as some sort of hero by white vigilantes, even some of those white vigilantes that are here serving as public figures in Washington, D.C., not to mention any names, Mr. Speaker. But Reverend Jackson, sitting there plotting and planning with the clergy in Kenosha, with community-based organizations, to form an alternative activity to provide COVID tests to people, to organize a festive atmosphere with balloons for the children and food vendors, all in response to the counter programming that was intended to rile up the black community. Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr., I got a chance to just witness up close and personal the behind-the-scene brilliance. I'd seen the upfront brilliance, but this was the behind-the-scene brilliance that I was able to see. Reverend Jackson implored us to believe in the mantra that I am somebody, and urged us to keep hope alive. And let me say in closing, Mr. Speaker, that, Reverend Jackson probably understood better than any of us that the mission is enduring, that no one life of anyone could be the be-all. He has passed the baton now. He's the one who carried it with dignity and strength, with determination and doggedness. And I just want to close with the scripture from the Apostle Paul in 2 Timothy 4:7, that as he saw the end of his life approaching, and carried on by the Holy Spirit, he wrote these words: I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Reverend Jackson, Jesse, you have fought the good fight. You finished the race, and you kept the faith. And Mr. Speaker, may we all carry forth this legacy, and may we continue to keep hope alive, not just in word, but in action, for the healing of our very troubled but beloved nation at this time. And I would say now that I would like to yield back to you. Thank you.
Thank the gentlelady for her comments, and at this time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume. The gentleman from Georgia, the 4th Congressional District, Mr. Hank Johnson.
Thank you, Rep. Fields, for anchoring this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour dedicated to extolling the virtues of the late Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, Jr. Today I rise to honor a giant of American history, Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, Sr., a man whose life was a testament to courage, conviction, and an unshakable faith in justice. Reverend Jackson did not merely witness history, he made history. He shaped history. He stood in the trenches of the civil rights movement, marched alongside Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., and devoted his life to expanding opportunity for those too often pushed to the margins of this nation. For so many of us, Reverend Jackson was more than a leader. He was a trailblazer. He showed generations of Black elected officials, activists, clergy, and public servants that our voices, our communities, and our fight for justice matter. Yes, I am somebody. His life and work helped make the very spaces we now occupy possible. Because of his leadership, sacrifice, and moral clarity, many of us found the courage to step forward in service to mankind. His impact was not only national and international, his impact was deeply personal. He was a handsome man, the embodiment of youth, a great big, full afro, mutton chop, sideburns, wearing a dashiki proudly and courageously proclaiming, "I am somebody." He challenged us to believe that we are somebody, that our people are worthy, and that progress requires both faith and action. And he challenged us to keep hope alive. That message has shaped lives, careers, and callings across this country, including my own. Reverend Jesse Jackson leaves behind more than a legacy. He leaves behind a charge to keep marching, keep speaking, keep organizing, and keep believing in the promise of America, even when America falls short. May we honor him not only with our words, but with our work. Our hearts remain with his loved ones, including our colleague, Congressman Jonathan Jackson. May he rest in peace, and may his legacy live on forever in every person he inspired. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Thank you, Jesse.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia for those words. Now I would like to yield as much time as he may consume. The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Almo.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a giant of the civil rights movement, Reverend Jesse Jackson. A man who understood that the success of any individual or community is interwoven like threads in a rainbow quilt. A man who dedicated his life to lifting up the least among us. A man who reminded us that our nation is only as strong as its promise to every child, every family, to every community. From walking alongside Dr. King to his time in public service and the enduring legacy of the Rainbow Push Coalition, Reverend Jackson showed us that racial justice and economic justice are inseparable, and that true equality requires both. He believed that hope is not a sentiment, but a call to action. He knew that the work of building a more just and inclusive America is never finished. As a college student, I remember watching his '88 convention speech and being moved, seeing an image of someone who looked like me at the highest stage, saying that the feeling of this nation could be compelled by action driven by hope. And that message, to keep hope alive, is why I'm standing here right now. The feeling of hope, which also happens to be the motto of the great state of Rhode Island, is something that has been the center of my service, and I'm so honored to be recognizing someone who inspired it. And so now it is on us to carry forward his legacy, to ensure that the Rainbow Coalition can continue, and that we keep the promise of America for every child, no matter their race, their zip code, or where their family is from. And I'm so honored that I get to serve with a big part of Reverend Jackson's legacy, his son, Jonathan, my dear colleague. Reverend Jackson, you were deeply missed. Your mission lives on, however, in each one of us. And we will carry it forward with courage, with justice, and yes, of course, hope. Rest in power. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for those words. Mr. Speaker, at this time I would like to yield as much time as he may consume. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Wesley Bell.
Thank you. Tonight I want to begin by talking about what it meant to be black in America before Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. The message this country sent to black children, whether they grew up in Greenville, South Carolina, or in St. Louis, was simple. You are not enough to lead, not enough to run, certainly not enough to win. Jesse Jackson spent his entire life dismantling that lie. That message didn't start with any one person. It was written into the founding documents of this country. It survived a civil war, it survived Reconstruction, and by the time the civil rights movement had finally forced America to live up to its own words on paper, the right to vote, the right to sit anywhere in this country, the right to walk through the front door, there was still something left untouched, something deeper. The belief planted in generation after generation of black children that the rooms behind those doors weren't really meant for them. Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. walked into that breach, and he didn't just march, he ran. In 1984, kids across this country, I was one of them, were watching a black man on television, not appealing to anyone's conscience, not asking for inclusion, but running for president of the United States, winning delegates, walking onto that convention floor and demanding to be taken seriously. Jesse Jackson Sr. understood something that a lot of people still haven't caught up to. The vote and the dollar have to move together. You cannot march your way to dignity if the political system keeps finding new ways to lock you out. He didn't wait for the party to make room. He built the room for himself, ran twice for the highest office in the land, and forced a reckoning with who this democracy was actually supposed to serve. You cannot draw a straight line to Barack Obama, to Kamala Harris, or even to me without acknowledging the impact and legacy of Reverend Jesse Jackson. We are standing in this chamber today because of that work, every single one of us. So the question he leaves us with isn't how do we remember him, it's whether we're still building what he started. Because the work, as any of us in this room can plainly see, is not finished. So I will conclude with this. But let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. I yield back to the representative.
I want to thank the gentleman from Missouri for his comments, and we really appreciate the comments about Reverend Jackson. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield as much time as he may consume. A gentleman from Texas, a newly elected member of this House, Mr. Menifee.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Representative Fields. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a freedom fighter, a legend in this country, my Omega brother, the late Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson Sr. This is an icon who marched with Dr. King, who helped lead the Poor People's Campaign for Economic Justice and to end an unjust war. An icon who ran for president and changed what this country believed was possible. And he registered millions of voters who had never seen themselves in this democracy that we also hold dear. He built the Rainbow Push Coalition to prove that our differences are our strength. Black, brown, white, indigenous, immigrant. He believed we rise together or we do not rise at all. Reverend Jackson was a truth teller, and the ills that he spoke to still demand an answer today. Courts still, to this day, strike down voting laws that target Black Americans with what one federal court called almost surgical precision. Black women still, to this day, die in childbirth at rates that shame this nation. The racial wealth gap still, to this day, robs entire communities of the opportunity that the late Reverend Jackson fought his entire life to deliver. Those battles are not behind us. They're right here. They're in this chamber, they're in our districts, and they're in the choices that we make every single day that we serve. We carry Reverend Jackson's legacy forward by engaging in those battles, by being a voice for those who have been made to feel like they're voiceless. We're gonna be all right, but not by accident, not without work. Reverend Jackson did that work for 6 decades. Now it is on us. Rest in peace, Brother Jackson, and it's the honor of my life to follow in your footsteps of fighting every single day alongside your son, my colleague, Jonathan Jackson. Rest in peace, brother. I yield back.
I want to thank the gentleman for Texas, thank him for his comments. I want to thank all the members of the CBC. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, for 30 minutes.
The very Reverend Jesse Jackson, presidential candidate and civil rights leader, was not only my close friend and confidant, he was my longtime political ally and mentor. Reverend Jesse Jackson Jr. was my idol and spiritual and political leader. He was a brilliant and gifted and courageous civil rights leader who inspired millions. He registered millions to vote and challenged and changed the Democratic Party. On his background, just a little bit, I want you to know that Reverend Jackson, at 30 years old, was one of the youngest followers of the Dr. Martin Luther King. Reverend Jackson spent his life continuing to protect and save the gains that were made during the civil rights movement. Now, I became a dedicated and committed follower of Jesse Jackson. I worked with Reverend Jackson in both the 1984 and the 1988 presidential campaigns. I was a top advisor on the national campaign when was appointed by Reverend Jackson to chair and lead the California campaign. You know, I hear a lot said about Reverend Jackson, and most people knew him from, television, radio, and his public speeches. But I was a close-up witness to Reverend Jackson's brilliant campaign strategies and developments. He used his voice and his organizing skills to create the beautiful Rainbow Coalition long before there was any understanding or appreciation for diversity, equity, and inclusion for all intents and purposes. Reverend Jackson made sure that the campaign that he headed included Latinos, Asians, Native Americans, whites, women, LGBTQ, organized labor, and others. He brought together pastors, preachers, and multi-faith leaders from all over the country. And I recall his work and his outreach to small farmers in rural areas. Jesse Jackson went into areas in rural America where those who did not know him hated him and thought for some reason he could be of no use to them. But once he got into those communities and started to work with the rural farmers, and many of them were having their farms foreclosed on at that time. And Reverend Jackson learned a lot about how to talk with bankers, about loan modifications so that those farmers could stay in business. And even today, there are farmers and their families who remember what Reverend Jackson did to them in these rural communities. It was amazing kind of development and association that he made. He was responsible for cracking open the doors of America's corporate community and those in Silicon Valley. Reverend Jackson was also an international ambassador for peace. He used his tremendous influence to champion human rights. I worked with him in the Free South Africa movement, where he helped free Nelson Mandela and bring an end to apartheid in South Africa. We had a wonderful experience of attending the inauguration when Nelson Mandela became president of South Africa. And of course, Reverend Jackson helped to secure the release of U.S. hostages all around the world. But the one that stands out to me is when he went to Syria and negotiated the release of U.S. Navy Lieutenant Robert Goodman, Jr. Reverend Jackson was an extraordinary human being and a truly human rights advocate. I can recall when we went to public housing projects. In Los Angeles, he was at Nickerson Gardens housing projects where the gangbangers and others met him for the first time. And when he went to Nickerson Gardens, they were not believers. They didn't know an awful lot. And so they challenged him to stay overnight in public housing at Nickerson Gardens. And he did. And right now, when you go to Nickerson Gardens, some of those older members who remembered him from when he came to Nickerson Gardens will point to the unit where Reverend Jackson slept in Nickerson Gardens housing project. But that's not enough. You saw Congressman Cleo Fields here tonight. I want you to know when Katrina happened, Reverend Jackson organized me and some others. We went to New Orleans where Cleo Fields rented a bus. We got on that bus and we traveled all over New Orleans. Why did we do that? Because there were people who had been left on rooftops with no way to get down. And some of them were helped down by Reverend Jackson and Cleo Fields and myself. and many of them had been dropped along the wayside, hoping somebody would come and pick them up. I can recall when we went to the Louis Armstrong Airport, where there were people who were sitting there that had been dropped off because they had been helped to get off a roof, but no one could help them any further. We put them in that bus, and we rode through all of New Orleans, particularly in the areas around Alexandria and other cities in the Louisiana area. And so we took them to safe houses. We took them to rescue places. We took them wherever we could find a place for them to sleep. Reverend Jackson was a huge political individual at that time, recognized all over the world for his advocacy for the least of these, helping to get people to understand that everybody was special, everybody was important. And he taught that message through his brilliant way of connecting. I am somebody. Made little young boys and girls who really didn't think they were somebody, made them think now that they met Jesse Jackson that they were somebody. I want you to know that his humanitarianism was the likes of which I'd never seen before. He truly cared about people. And the Reverend Jesse Jackson was a religious man. And he prayed before meetings, he prayed after meetings, and even though at the time that I started working with him, I did not know a lot about the power of prayer, but I learned that being on the road with him, and how he cared about everybody, how he cared about the young and the old and the veterans and the imprisoned, on and on and on. He was truly an unusual human being, married to an unusual woman. His wife was not only in her own right a civil rights activist and leader, but she supported him in every way that she possibly could. And the two of them raised 5 brilliant children, one of which served in this house, and that was Jesse Jackson Jr. And today, we have the brilliant young Jonathan Jackson who's serving. They come with the spirit of their daddy. I live with the spirit of Reverend Jesse Jackson. It is in me. And so you can call it whatever you want to call it. You can call it progressive, you can call it liberal, you can call it whatever you want. But in the final analysis, it's Reverend Jesse Jackson who changed so many lives, who helped people to understand that they did not stand alone, that he was there for them, speaking for them, and whether he was talking to kings and queens or he was talking to the man on the block. We could count on Reverend Jesse Jackson. And in the final analysis, Reverend Jackson more than earned his place in history, and rightfully so. His work will never be forgotten and will be taught in communities all over the world, in places low and high, in our schools and universities. And I will live the rest of my life with the memories I will cherish for the time, the effort, and the phenomenal work that I experienced with the Reverend Jesse Jackson Jr., President, candidate, and civil rights leader. I'm thankful for the opportunity to be here this evening, and I yield time to the representative from Illinois, Ms. Kelly Jackson.
Thank you, my colleague. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the late Reverend Jesse Jackson. Reverend Jackson, as you know, was a global civil rights leader and a moral voice for our nation. I'm proud to have called the Reverend a friend, a supporter, and most of all, my constituent. No matter where the fight for justice took him, Reverend Jackson always returned home to the South Side of Chicago. From being a leader alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to a 2-time presidential candidate, Reverend Jackson was already a giant in civil rights. But he never forgot to leave the door open for Black people and, frankly, any people following in his footsteps. In 2002, when I was challenging a 10-year incumbent to become a state legislator, the first time I've ever ran, Reverend Jackson supported me. He was a hero, a behemoth of a freedom fighter, and he decided to support a newbie, an underdog, someone who was counted out like me. Time and time again, Reverend Jackson showed his support. He was large on the global stage, but he never forgot us Southsiders. He founded Rainbow Push, which continues to empower countless people across Illinois and in my district, the 2nd District. Reverend Jackson was a renowned world leader, but he never forgot how to be a friend. Over 2 years ago, when my husband died, he, even though he was not in good health, came to my husband's funeral, and he also came to the burial. It meant the world to me, and I will never, ever forget his kindness. In turn, I so appreciate that his family allowed me to be at his bedside at the hospital 6 to 8 weeks before he died to visit him. Even though Reverend Jackson is gone, his legacy is not. I stand on his shoulders alongside my colleagues who continue his fight for equality, justice, and freedom. And we do have to remember that we are somebody and to keep hope alive. I yield back.
If we have no other speakers at this moment, I would like to just, Mr. Clyburn is here. And so instead of taking more time at the microphone, I'd like to ask Mr. Clyburn to please come forward. Thank you.
You got to yield back.
Mr. Clyburn, I would like to yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Under Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn, for 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time remains?
Gentleman has 30 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and pay homage to the late Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson, Sr. On Tuesday, February 14th, 2026, I joined the nation in mourning the passing of one of the most quintessential civil rights leaders, Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson, Sr. Our relationship began as students at rival high schools in South Carolina. He at Sterling and Greenville, and me at Mather Academy in Camden. Our schools played football and basketball against each other. Jesse was a star quarterback at Sterling, and I was a prolific bench warmer at Mather Academy. But the rivalry was there and real. We could play, he could play, and I could yell. That relationship was extended and intensified when he enrolled at North Carolina A&T in the 1890 land-grant HBCU in Greensboro, North Carolina. I was already attending South Carolina State, the 1890 HBCU in our home state. There was and still is an intense rivalry between those two iconic institutions. But then, independent of each other, we both pledged and became members of Omega Psi Phi fraternity. And it was in that brotherhood and during our political activism, although not always in the same camp, that we developed a love and respect that lasted throughout the ages. His mother, Helen, was one of my biggest political boosters and a valued friend. Jess and I had a genuine friendship, in large measure because our mothers willed it to be. During my political visits to Greenville and the Piedmont area, his mother, Helen, and her good friend, Lottie Gibson, would make sure I had as much sustenance that their Southern fried chicken could provide. I shall never forget the night I kicked off my campaign for South Carolina's Secretary of State in Georgetown, every bit of a 4-hour drive from Greenville. Just as that rally began, I looked up, and who was walking through the door of that church? Helen Jackson and Lottie Gibson. They had driven all the way from Greenville down to Georgetown to help me in that effort. I lost that race, and as one can imagine, with that loss came some anxieties about the future. But as fate would have it, I was destined to serve here in Congress and eventually with two of Helen's grandsons, Jesse Jr. and Jonathan, Jesse's sons. And today, some of our children have become friends. Ours was a friendship that spanned 4 generations. Jesse was a son of Greenville, born to a mother who was just 16 years old at the time of his birth. His grandmother raised him until he was 13, when he was adopted by his stepfather, Charles Jackson. Jesse began his activism in the summer of 1960 as a student seeking to desegregate the Greenville Public Library. Jesse recounted how painful it was to not be allowed access to the books in that library. And after being denied that privilege, Jesse vowed to return that summer to advocate for the library's desegregation. He became a leader in the sit-in movement. Jesse led 7 black high school students into the whites-only Greenville Public Library. They were arrested for sitting down in that library and became known as the Greenville 8. Interestingly, around that same time, I became one of the leaders of a sit-in in Orangeburg, and some refer to us as the Orangeburg 7. It's interesting how all of this happened during that time. There was the Greensboro 4 up in North Carolina and the Friendship 9 in Rock Hill. I don't know why they gave us those kind of monikers, but we wore them with pride. The Greenville 8 ultimately won the right to have access to that library. Today, the Greenville Public Library serves all people, and that episode launched what will become for Jesse a life of civil rights and political activism. He became director of Operation Breadbasket and the founder of the Venerable Rainbow Push Coalition, an intergenerational movement to uplift the voiceless and downtrodden. His passion to bring together people of all colors, and creeds is a testament to his vision of unity and oneness, as proclaimed by our nation's motto, E pluribus unum, out of many, one. Operation Push became renowned for using direct action, selective buying, and creative negotiations to encourage major corporations to be more inclusive, hire more black executives, and support and contract with black-owned businesses and corporations. The Rainbow Push Coalition was and still is about dignity, fairness, justice, and hope. As I might say, Jesse worked to make the greatnesses of this country accessible and affordable for all. Jesse's historic presidential runs in 1984 and 1988 were reflective of his strong will, guiding faith, and belief in possibilities. Those two presidential campaigns came up short, but that didn't stop him. Because of Jesse's efforts, an end was brought to the winner-take-all distribution of delegates, a creative device comparable to those that were prevalent post-Reconstruction. Where is the fairness when the candidate who gets 51% of the votes receives 100% of the delegates? Despite what may be said to the contrary, it is a fact that this change allowed underdogs and non-wealthy candidates to compete, increased voter diversity, and paved the way for future candidates. Were it not for the proportional voting in our primaries, made possible because of Jesse's efforts, Barack Obama would not have received our party's nomination and would not have been elected our 44th president of these United States of America. Jesse's efforts were not in vain. A life lived, defying odds. Reverend Jackson showed us that if we remain focused, work hard, and united in our purpose, we can continue bending the arc of the moral universe toward justice and continuing our pursuit of a more perfect union. Operation Breadbasket, anti-apartheid activism, voter registration, and corporate diversity were among just a few of his initiatives that advanced opportunity and equality for Black Americans. It should not be lost on any of us that the impact that Jesse had on the nation and the world was great. His visionary leadership is his legacy, and his orations continue to inspire all of us as we continue our pursuit of justice and equality. In 3 months, we will be celebrating the 250th anniversary of this country's existence. I quote from Thomas Paine's famous writing, The American Crisis, published in 1776 during the American Revolution. Paine wrote, These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and sunshine patriot wield in this crisis strength from the service of their country. But he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, yet we have this consolation with us that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. Jesse Louis Jackson was not a summer soldier. He was not a sunshine patriot. He stood with the times. And because of his efforts, many of us can stand where we stand today. Jesse endured setbacks, losses, and the scrutiny of those who did not believe in him. But still, Jesse taught us to renew our faith in what is possible. My favorite Old Testament scripture is Micah 6:8. For he has shown thee, O man, that which is required, to do justly, be merciful, and walk humbly. In the late 1970s and 1980s, when this country grew weary of justice, it was Jesse that led us to keep walking humbly and maintaining hope. Jesse believed and internalized the admonition found in Hebrew, the 11th chapter, of James, in the 2nd chapter, faith without works is dead. Jesse's voice calls on each of us to keep that faith as enunciated in the book of Hebrew, the 11th chapter, first verse. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things unseen. Jesse understood that we must find the strength to fight for a more perfect union and find the compassion to make it universal. On March 2nd, 2026, the late Reverend Jesse Louis Jackson returned home to South Carolina to lie in state in the South Carolina state capitol. I had the honor of paying homage to him that day, and hundreds filed past his casket to pay respects. Jesse's efforts in the place he called home never wavered. In 2015, he came home to advocate for the removal of the Confederate battle flag from the South Carolina State House grounds after 9 black worshipers were killed at Mother Emanuel AME Church in Charleston by a young white supremacist who worshiped that flag and wanted his act to start a race war. His quote, Jesse became the second black person to lie in state in our state's capital. The first was his and my friend, the late pastor and state Senator Clementa Pinckney, who was one of those Emanuel 9. So I'm pleased to be here this evening and to be part of this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order, and I thank my good friend for allowing me to be here. Cleo, my classmate from 1993, thank you for allowing me to be here. And I close by thanking Jesse's family, Jonathan, and for what they mean to me and my family. It is an emotional connection, not easy to explain. In his 1984 Rainbow Coalition speech, Jesse said, "No matter how difficult the days and dark the nights, there is a brighter side somewhere in Angola, Mozambique, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Greenville, and Harlem. There's a brighter side." The impact of his enduring legacy will resonate for years to come. May he take his rightful place among those who have shaped this nation's course and pushed us further toward a more perfect union. And I'll yield back.
A moment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Suspend for a moment. Still recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield to Congressman Al Green.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, and I rise tonight to thank the Honorable Jim Clyburn for that fantastic recitation that he accorded us. It was a walk down memory lane. But I also am honored to be in the presence of the Honorable Jonathan Jackson, and I thank him for his presence and for the many things that he and his family have contributed to the growth of our nation. I would also thank Cleo Fields, who gave birth to the notion that we should have such an event tonight. All of these persons and many more have made this possible. While I will be terse and laconic, pithy and concise, I will assure you that I won't say all that I would like to say. But I do want to remind people that the thing that caused Reverend Jackson to be set apart from his contemporaries, yes, he was a brilliant man, and his ability to speak in sound bites was just remarkable. Yes, he had the ability to organize and mobilize huge numbers of people. But the thing that really caused him to be someone very special and exemplar was the fact that he had courage. It was courage. It took the courage that he learned as he sat with Dr. King and understood the civil rights movement from Genesis to Revelations. He understood what the movement was all about. And as such, he understood that the movement had to metamorphose from civil rights to silver rights. And he, quite frankly, was the person who pushed the movement from not just taking care of people who needed housing and who needed a living wage, people who needed health care. All of these issues he still embraced. But he also brought in a new element, and that element to the equation was the civil rights movement. He knew that we had not been treated fairly when it came to integrating the various places that we would want to rest and dine. He knew that. But he also knew something else, that we had to integrate more than people and more than places. He knew that we had to integrate the money. That's where the civil rights movement had its genesis with him. So I want to say more, but the Honorable Yvette Clarke waits, and I have the good sense to know when to yield to the better person. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for according me this opportunity, Mr. Clarke.